Hello. Hello.
It got blimey hot. It got so fucking hot like you would not believe. Absolute insanity. Let me tell you. Like, I get it. I get it. I'm in Australia. I understand that, like, you know, living in like bumfuck nowhere kind of country, like, you know, it's down in the southern hemisphere. The seasons are flipped. 90% of the population lives on the coast because everywhere else is like
Hello.
desert and nonsense. Hi there, Jason. But oh my goodness, was it hot in Queensland? And what's more is it's like a stuffy hot as well. Like, it is humid. I posted about it on my Blue Sky. But basically it got to a high of 39 degrees in the middle of the day. I was thankfully working in an office that has air conditioning blasting 24/7. And so by the time I got out of the office, however, because I needed to go home and get ready to stream and all that kind of nonsense, turns out it was still like in the high 36. It's cold here in Victoria. Fuck you, Jason, and getting cold. Absolute diabolical. I want cold weather. Why don't I get it? my PC will like, you know, get hotter. Like, that's the other thing as well, is like I actually have to be pedantic about the temperature now, because my PC, if I have too many things running at once, all the fans go to 100%, warning lights go off, the LEDs turn red. Oh, and it's like, it's something really it's something really annoying where like, oh yeah, the CPU will continue like running fairly hot, but for whatever reason, like the coolant, like the actual liquid in the all-in-one pump is like, you know, it's gonna keep on rising in temperature. Heating issues? Yes, Noah guy. Yes, indeed, there are heating issues. It got hotter in Brisbane, first and foremost, and like that was like just a today thing. And then, you know, for the last like couple of days, I've had to contend with, actually probably now for the last week, almost up to a week now, because this was first happening like to my notice since last Tuesday. But yeah, in the last week, the temperature of my of the coolant in my CPU has been getting progressively higher the longer I play video games. Now, thankfully, it doesn't get into like a crazy actually, if I turn it into device memory mode, cooling, everything is balanced. Nah, so there isn't any alerts or anything like that. So alerts is independently only a me thing, it seems. Okay. And then everything's at 7.2. All right. Any whoosies. So yeah, back to me, sorry. So for the last week, I've been having to deal with, like, you know, CPU hot temperatures. Now, it's easy enough to... Oh, the hello there's not working again. What the shit? Hang on. Oh, it says it's queued, and it's cute. Why is it saying all these things are cute and I can't, like... What in the... Does it not like that? Hang on, so... Mark is completed. Yesterday. Nope, don't report it. That's fine. Like, what in the world? Why don't... Some things just don't want to work, it seems. If I go to my queues, or action history, yeah, the hello there says it happened, of all things. Hang on a second. Requeue. There we go. Now that's doing its thing. Hi. But yeah, so for the last week, the temperatures of my CPU, because AMD runs hot... Hello? Also, thank you, Goldie, for being on a 7-stream streak. I greatly appreciate it. Fucking awesome. Amazing work there. But yeah, so for the last week, my CPU has been running, like, fairly hot temperatures. And... like, the CPU is it's an AMD CPU. Like, this is one of those things that the Ryzen, like, you know, the 3 and the 5000 and the 9000 series, like, apparently, like, you know, or sorry, the 5, so yeah, 3, 5, 7, and 9000 series, like, all of them, do they just run hot, is the thing. Like, they just let them, they just have that CPU rip into the temperatures, and they're just, like, running at, like, 80 to 90 degrees right now. Like, if I look at my CPU temps via my, like, my dashboard thingy-madiggy, yeah, it's sitting at, like, 80 degrees Celsius. Now, and it's, like, it's not even using 100% load on the CPU. I'm using, like, 38%. I'm not even using half the resources, and it's hitting temperatures of, like, 80 degrees Celsius. And you ask, like, AMD what the shit is going on there, and they just sort of go, I don't know what to tell you, it just runs hot. And you're like, cool. So you have to, like, use liquid or air coolers that are, like, of really pretty good quality, hence why I have, like, I have an all-in-one water cooler, an AIO water cooler that has, like, a pretty decent radiator. And even that is, like, you know, gonna have struggles with the CPU when it starts getting, you know, when it starts getting pelted by the fucking high temperature of the CPU itself. Hence why I'm kind of, like, interested within the next year or two having my instead of doing a Ship of Theseus build where it's like, oh, I'm having temperature problems, let me change my CPU cooler, or oh, I'm having GPU problems, let me change my GPU. Instead of doing like one small change after another in this PC, I want to instead do like a full-on, like, you know, brand new PC build and such. So I have to save money up or have lovely viewers contribute to a coffee. Although, to be fair, that anything that's going into the coffee is probably going to go in towards the blah 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 blah. It's probably going to go in towards my trip to the United States for the Texas Fur Fiesta that Unnamed wants me to go to and such. That turns out my mom is really worried about, and she doesn't want me going. Lag? Why is it lagging? What?
Not lagging for me.
All right, no, that's good. That's good.
Or hasn't even said hi to me. That's crazy.
Hi, Cap. I see you. Oh, now it's skipping frames. Something's happening. What the shit? Skipping frames due to encoding. But I'm not even, like, it's not even doing anything extra. Like, this is just standard bullshit. Like, what the fuck?
Crazy.
Crazy, I know. Crazy? I was crazier once. They put me in a rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, the frame buffer, like 9%, bus is 4%. Video, okay, video engine it says is 99. So, like, oh, it's because I'm doing 1440p 1080 on this thing. Hang on a second. It probably doesn't like that. Hang on. Ding ding. So if I do 1080p 30 frames a second. Yeah, like right now the video engine's at like, you know, 80 or something like. So maybe it'll be better. Frame rate is like at 1 frame per second. Oh joy.
Not for me.
Like this is the Twitch stream?
I'm watching.
Okay, cool. Because, like, I can see, like, little warning. This is the problem with my Ship of Theseus, is that after having a PC for, like, you know, over, like, 5 years of just parts going in and out and what have you, some stuff will just break. So, like, right now I can see skipped frames due to encoding lag. Alright, hang on a sec. I'm gonna clap my hands in 3, 2, 1. Do it twice just for you, and then, like... Does it visually show me clapping? Hang on.
It didn't show you clapping.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how far away from it. How far behind time is it?
Oh no, you just clapped just then.
Okay, so it's not like it's not super far away, but like
yeah, I'd
still...
say it's like what 7 seconds maybe.
Yeah, hang on. Let me see if this is annoying because like I'm not even trying to like. Yeah. Buffer size 3 seconds, latency to broadcaster 3 sec. Yeah, like. So if there's like a 7-second delay, but I have like a buffer of 3 seconds at the time of message, it's 1539. Oh yeah, no, and if I'm like looking at the like I can see your chat in the right, and then over in like the video, it still has not like popped up. Now it did.
Yeah, it's about 7 seconds.
Yeah, that's annoying. Like, just seen it.
Oh.
So, yeah, so,
So basically the ping and response is about 14 seconds.
Yeah, hang on a second. It's because of times like these that, hang on, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do this. Just so it, like, swaps from, like, one thing to another. Stuff just doesn't, like... Well... 3, 4. There we go. Click. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 seconds. There we go. So yeah, 7 seconds is a much better, like, delay. And a client error is occurred for the browser? Wait, what browser? Oh, look at that. OBS. So replay buffer is doing its thing, and then there's that. And then just refresh the browser. Alrighty, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 seconds. There we go. That's a lot better. It's not a Grant stream unless something goes wrong. It's not a Monday stream if something doesn't go wrong is the thing. That's the trick. It's Mondays.
4 seconds. 4 seconds is all the time I have to play with you.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, so you know what?
Oh, now there's an idea. Let's have Grant play fucking Resident Evil.
Oh my goodness. I've played through like Resident Evil 2 and 4 remake. I don't know why I haven't. Also, I need to like adjust the size of like my
You need to play the ones with Chris in them. And Wesker.
Hang on. I have to fix up my thingamajiggies. Hi there, Sky. But yeah, okay, maybe I need to start, you know, doing like peddling my coffee or what have you to be like, hey, it would be really nice if people contributed to my coffee, so then that way I would start like getting more funds saved up for, first and foremost, being able to get to the United States. That's like the more immediate one because that's going off in March. But the second one is new PC parts, because, well, not new PC parts, but just new PC full stop. Because as tempting as it is to just sell this PC right now, because it's working, is the thing. It's working right now. I've got like a couple $100 saved. So what I could do is try and sell this for like, you know, online, like, you know, listings put it down as like, you know, a bit of an expensive machine because it has a 3090 in it and shit like that. But I can create a pretty decent PC build, like Intel side, for like $4,000. That's what it would cost to be able to do sort of the equivalency or better in this PC, is spending like $4,000. It's not cheap. It's really unfortunate. This is the life of GrantZeebs. Also, why can't I hear anything? What in the fuck? Oh, that's why, because I accidentally muted it for myself. There we go. Alright, so is the... Yeah, cool. I'm streaming...
Metal Gear Solid 2, The Sons of Skibbity.
Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Ribbity.
Sons of Ribbity. But yeah, so... It is... I don't know, you're not in the same state as I am. It is hot as fuck.
It's cold as fuck.
See, I am really annoyed that you get to have it, like, super cold.
Oh, did you meet Pliskin already?
Yeah, that was what happened last time. We saw, like, look, I'm gonna be real with you, Cap, like...
Yeah?
That's just Solid Snake, isn't it?
No, it's not. That's Iroquois Pliskin, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's voiced by David Hayter. They haven't really done a good job in like, you know, having him like sound or look different.
Snake died on the Big Shell incident.
So yeah, we saw this cutscene in the previous stream, but we're gonna watch it again because
is he gonna say the line?
I don't know who's gonna say what line.
Dude.
He's just... Hi there, Ardo. Welcome to the stream.
God, I fucking love that twink.
Look at this
Oh yeah, this is the
babe.
cutscene.
Like, oh.
What a baddie.
Oh, such a baddie. See, this is some bullshit powers.
That.
Like, what is up with that?
Metal Gear.
Come, put me out of my misery.
She's...
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her. Is she the one they call Fortune?
A dark-skinned goth. Oh. How did they know? Oh, and then...
Hey look, it's the canonical bisexual.
And then that's vampire, or whatever the fuck his,
It's just Vamp.
Oh, vamp, sorry. I was thinking vampire.
He's called Vamp because he's bisexual.
You should have interacted with Priskin before you left. I already got, like, you know, talking to him and such like that through cutscenes. Plus, he's asleep.
He's got a noob tube.
Good old COD.
Grenades.
Yeah. Say the line, bot.
A dud.
A dud. I honestly thought he was gonna shoot another one when I first saw this, when he's like, a dud, and then just loads another one. Because I would honestly do that. I would just be like, a dud. Load again.
Dude.
He gave you his code, didn't he?
Another bad day.
I think he did, but I do not remember the numbers.
Is there
Look at that
anyone
fucking
here
railgun.
that can give me happiness?
It is kind of bullshit. Although that second explosion noise, that felt like such a fucking sound effect, sound bite. Like, I imagine it's gonna be in someone's
needs a vine
Discord.
thud like Resident Evil F.
Yeah.
No, Silent Hill F.
Okay, Ardo. First and foremost, before you left him, like, he probably did tell me it in a previous cutscene, but this game is doing that thing where it's like you need to, like, use the codec before it's saved and what have you. But let me hit you with the line. Hang on, where is the thing? I have voice line, or not voice lines, but I have quotes.
The soundboard.
The soundboard.
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Questions about the game will be answered by playing the game. I am one of those kinds of peeps. Like, as it's noted in the title, this is my first time playing this. Now, granted, I've already gone through, like, this particular smooth jazz as dark-skinned beauty just showing me how she wants to die, and I just can't let her, like, I've already seen that particular tidbit.
SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
But
What happened to the
at this
cargo
point,
choppers?
now it's like, you know,
The bottom of the heart.
entirely, like, the only things I know about Metal Gear Solid is Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain and Metal Gear Solid 1, because I went through Metal Gear Solid 1 before I went through Metal Gear Solid 2.
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But
There's no time for questions.
Besides, like, my moderators Cap and Code are the quote-unquote Metal Gear Solid experts for
But we
me.
need to consider the possibility.
Although
that
Cap has
they'll
only
blow
played the
whole
first Metal Gear
shell.
Solid and hasn't
If
played
that
any of Metal
toxic
Gear
spell
Solid
does
2.
take place,
So
I'm
this
a
is her
sex
first
person.
experience.
Not only the harbor,
Sorry, say that
but
again?
in the coastline for generations.
I'm a sexpert.
Raiden, we've had to
The codec
adjust
is real
mission
fuzzy in this game.
objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s.
Oh, is it doing the what's-a-mahoozy thing?
Shell. The president can wait. But
Yeah,
this-
so it turns out that data crunch is happening because of my HDMI splitter.
That's not a problem.
Because I have like a HDMI switch thing, and turns out, like, if I dangle with it, like, if I do something with the cable, it decides to just
is this
disconnect.
simulation?
So this is a
What are
possibility.
you talking about?
That is
Get
very
to Strut
unjuicy.
C and find him.
Yeah, it's not too great.
But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that
Couldn't hit
vampire,
her.
too. It's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Because I was using like a U-green
And you,
thingy-majiggy.
Rose, I can't believe you're on
And-
this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose.
Shut the fuck up,
And
Rose.
I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
He's a real jackass in this game, isn't he?
Just a little bit to his misses, but I feel like Metal Gear Solid just has like a really long history of, for some reason, Kojima just makes his protagonists not be fans of women, despite making some of the best women.
I'm talking about what's his face, the Colonel.
Oh,
He's being a dick.
yeah, it's doing the is it doing the crunchy noise to chat? However, because it's doing the crunchy noise for me because I'm like listening in through the quote unquote streaming center software. And for whatever reason, the streaming center software decides to do a little bit of crunch, but I don't think it does the crunch. Actually, you know what I should do? I should have done this a while ago. Rather than listening to the crunch, I could...
Holy shit, the wind is winding right now.
Here we go.
Okay, it's very windy where I'm at.
But yeah, so now you hear nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's a... Hang on a second. Turn the monitoring off. Yeah, there's a little bit of background, static, like as if it's radiation or some bullshit. So, yeah, I might need to look into, a different, because, the reason why I have the HDMI splitter was so... Or not splitter, sorry, but the HDMI, switch was so then that way I could have both the Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation go in to connect via HDMI to my capture card, because there's only one input that goes the full 4K 60 frames a second kind of thing. The second one only does 1080p 30 frames or something weird like that. So yeah. All right. Nope, nothing in you. Cookie for Sky. Here's your cookie, Sky. Also, hi there, Angrel. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. All right, nothing here, nothing here. Ooh. America. Actually, do I have a camera? No, I do not. Phantasm and whatever the fuck.
Phantasmin?
Phantasmin. I don't know what the fuck it is.
It's Phantasmin from
The first game.
the sniping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why'd you call it Fent?
Because it opened with a P and I was trying to read it out loud. You're not doing too bad. You're back from gym. You didn't melt too much in the heat, luckily. Oh, I nearly melted in the heat. It was 36 degrees.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
Okay, New York policemen should not be on this fucking freight.
You a cop?
I was about to say.
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team.
So why do you have a bomb squad puffer jacket?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys.
Yeah, listen to this guy.
Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid.
He just sounds like Solid Snake.
What do you mean? That's Bliskin?
My name is Peter.
Peter.
Stillman.
Lecturer at Navscolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb.
Should I know what the Navscolioli is?
No.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Cool. Kojima, I understand you, want people to be like, oh, hey, I've utilized guns, for tens of years, and I feel like there should be a great respect to, do the gunplay properly in games, but, you don't need to be you don't need to be the military nut by throwing all the acronyms at us.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an
Oh,
atomic bomb.
because Fat Man is like, you know,
created
Big
it,
Boy,
in a sense.
is like
And that's
Fat
why
Man
you're
and
here.
Big Boy.
I'm
like,
pretty rusty.
or, you know,
I was
Fat Boy.
supposed
Man,
to
little boy.
supervise the bomb disposal. Looks
Yeah.
like it was taken care of
That.
before I had my turn.
That. Also, hi there, Renegade Mon. Thank you so much for the lurk. I greatly appreciate it.
There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with
Experts.
SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
Yeah, so another, like, reason why we shouldn't trust Pliskin, because he's like, oh,
That's an
you know, he didn't come in with the SEAL team. He had, like, a cockroach crawling off of him when we first met him. And now he's like, you know, one other guy who has been with the Whatsamahoosey peeps are like,
You went in with
nah,
us.
you don't look familiar.
where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security system.
Thank you for the watch streak. Oh, you get additional channel points when you do watch streaks. That makes sense.
do.
Controlled. He was
That's
supposed
cool,
to
that's
get us past
cool.
all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer
I
with
get
the
the
CEO
call.
again.
I don't know how to deal with bombs.
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal
You just
training
picked
per
up
se,
and dropped
Leon,
so quickly,
but you're
Rose.
more
Like,
than capable of
why
handling C4.
bother?
You
This
can
is a
do
little
this.
different from using
You can do
C4.
this. Trust
You're up
me.
for this. You know that.
You're up for this. You know that.
Results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this.
Oh, that's. I'm guessing
This
that's
is a
C4.
C4 bomb.
That, yeah.
It's live. You can see it pulsing.
It's flashing
Spray this on
green.
the sucker and there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no
Did he
way
just-
the thing can detonate in this condition.
Can of aerosol it?
It'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
Or easy
That's
aerosol.
enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your
C4
radar.
doesn't have a
So any
scent.
scent detected will be represented
Or at
visually.
least I don't think it
Have the
does.
sensor activated and keep your eye
Chat,
on
are
it.
there any bomb experts in the chat that can tell me about C4?
I feel like we're gonna get put on
I
a
know
list.
Fat Man well.
Nah, we won't. We're
I
we're
know how
asking
it
for
is.
Metal Gear Solid reasons.
Surdragonks88 paid me
Yes,
to say
on
there goes
every
my
bomb
hero,
he
watch
builds,
him as he
always
goes, there
leaves a
goes my
trace of the
hero,
clone
he's
he uses.
ordinary.
The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that.
A deadpan
Even
look.
an Indian head
Autistic
Sipping
stare.
time sponsored by Super
I remember
Mario
some people
32.
called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing to tell him.
Thank you for the Hyper
There are
Himbo,
some
Super
things you
Mario.
have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of a C4 scent detected by the sensor.
Sir Dragon just
Pretty big area.
cannot keep his hands
Don't
off me.
complain. It's better than nothing.
Alright.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to
Did you
keep out
say
of the enemy's
nerd?
sight too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted.
Also, those are some
Exactly.
dinner plates you got.
Fat man.
Yeah, it's because of the Hyper Himbo, and I never get around to getting rid of the nipples. Ever since
Hey,
ever since they've changed how the viewer like is counted and all that kind of nonsense,
Where he would target.
you know,
You know
I gotta
this
do what I
of course.
can. Look at these.
I taught him the techniques he uses.
Hey, I'm not
His
complaining.
ideas are based on my theories.
Fair,
Demolition is a kind of
fair.
ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south.
Ah!
There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on shell 1, another 6 on shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
How are we all doing? I'm doing all right. It's hot, so I'm running the air conditioning,
This
so then
place
that
is all
way I
yours.
don't
I'll
feel
take care
hot.
of shell
My PC is showing its age here and there,
Take
so
this.
gotta be mindful of that little aspect there. My mom doesn't want me going to the United States next year. It is what it is. Yeah, security pass.
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The
Back on
clearance
strut
level is
F, we
identified
have like
by the
a
number
level
printed on
3
these
door.
doors. Writing, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You need
Oh,
to get next
goddamn
door
you.
to Shell 2.
Why can't
How
I
did you
have the
get
level
this?
3?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But
You'll just
Take.
slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Hey, look, another boobies poster.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
all right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
More boobies.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later.
Alright.
Boobies!
Semper Fi.
Boobies.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Oh, thank you,
Semper
Super
Fi.
Mario for the clip. I do appreciate it.
That's the Marines.
Marine Corps talk.
Now the most popular
Normally,
Marine.
team leaders stay in
Oh,
the CP
more
and give orders
exposition.
with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field.
More crunch.
And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you.
I'm...
Not exactly the best thing to tell
Just take care
someone
of those
that you
bombs for now.
suspect.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
Thank you, Super Mario, again.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by Kodak from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
I already forgot what his Kodak number is.
140.25.
And do we know what Pliskin's was? Because he told us in the last one.
Never mind about me. Get on with...
141.80.
Hello!
Hello, Facovia.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb. Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
We'll remember this. Thank you. Alright. So we download the schematics for this strut. Blood on, full screen, captions. First person is normal, items are grouped. Alrighty. More boobies.
I'm pretty sure you can call Rose while looking at those, and she scolds you.
Oh, okay, hang on, let's have a look.
What's up, Jack?
Oh.
Never mind.
Hang in there.
She absolutely hanging in there. Just give me a minute. Alright. So, ooh, I wonder, is there boss? Oh, hey, what do you know? There's potentially a bomb here. Is there, wait, is there?
There it is. How'd you miss it? It was right there.
What?
Oh, is it? Either way, you should go into first person. Take
When
a
it
check.
clicks it. Oh, okay.
I wonder if you can open that.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so for whatever reason I can hide there. And then... Maybe it's not explicitly here, but... Oh wait, no, here's a... Nope. And then...
No, I think it's in there.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
You can just look around. It might be upwards or something.
Oh yeah, it could be. Yeah, alright. Oh, hello, there's a guard now? The fuck? I need to remember not to snap their neck. There we go. So, how's it going, Ficovia? By the way, Grant, you bought a new controller? Nice! What did you get? I use an 8-bit Duo for myself.
Huh?
I hear beeping. Do you hear beeping?
I also hear beeping, yes.
Which means...
Maybe look up?
Oh, there it is!
There it is.
Oh wait, no, that's the chafe grenade. Coolant. There we go. So... use the control the spray amount.
There you go.
Yeah! That's the first one out of the way.
I took care of
8-bit Duo? Yeah, I used that one too.
The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far, we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Maybe, like, these are all a red herring. So rather than, like, if there is to be an explosion, they only want it being a,
Surface level.
yeah, so then that way it looks... Because, like, fun fact, chat, whenever you see, like, those fireball-esque explosions in movies and such, very rarely are, like, you know, the sort of fireball burning the car is enough to actually, you know, render the car inoperable. Because, quite frankly, all it does is it just ruins the upholstery and probably, like, you know, just makes it really hot to use nonsense. But it doesn't affect the gears. It doesn't affect, like, the engine block itself, unless, you know, there's an actual fire within it and is, you know, doing bursts there. But, yeah. Alright.
I wonder how they do tokusatsu explosions, because those motherfuckers are big.
There we go.
Good shot.
Yep. You have to kind of extra aim on this one, but, you know, it's fine. Oh, Jesus! Okay, so this game has one of those kinds of fucking traps as well. Fuck them. And does it have... Yeah, it has a camera system. Oh, okay, this is our tutorial to the cameras. It's a really narrow field of view, quite frankly. I don't know how I feel about the analog stick not, you know, doing the click. Ah, okay, we got another strut. Alright, hang on.
Nice.
Any other guys?
Nothing here.
Oh, there's gonna be a guy that's doing checks on the radio. So we're gonna need to be extra careful. Because I believe if he is doing checks on the radio, then we can't just, like, you know, fire a shot at him. Hi there, Izzy.
At your feet, there's a hatch
Hi, Izzy.
for pipe or gauge maintenance. Face the hatch and push the action button to open it. There may be something you can use, so check the inside thoroughly.
Oh. It's just a break. Alright, so he's circling the bottom floor. But we need to find... Alright, so we got this giant barrel here.
Snork. Me, 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 me.
Honk shoo me 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 me. Honk shoo. so... Okay, so this is strut E. There's a guy up there. Alright, let's go back into... Let's go back into here. Oh wait, no, the guys are still sleeping, thank goodness. Alright, so I just need to find... Maybe the computer is in that room there.
Nothing here.
Oh, of course, it's a level 3. Alright. Cookie! For Vakovia! Here's your cookie. Alright, so... There was potentially...
Nothing here.
Alright, hang on. I need to... Here... Yep. Explosives are found there.
Nothing here.
Alright. Ooh, boy.
Nothing here.
Alright.
Front flip.
There we go. Yeah, he's gonna... Knowing my luck, he is going to want to turn around and nonsense. So...
Nothing here.
Alright. Oh, it won't let me... That's not good. So I can only, like, he won't turn this corner for whatever reason. Alright.
Nothing here.
There we go, there we go. Gotcha. There we go. And this gets us into a lower of the connecting struts, which... Let's see, does it... Hey, look at that! We don't have to... Oh, wait, no, there's the guard. Now the question is the guard... Yeah, he's gonna come down here. Is he going all the way around? Hey, Angrel! No, it doesn't look like it. Yep, alright, cool. So... And knowing my luck, there's going to be trapdoors here. Never mind, there is... Oh, wait, hang on.
There's somebody there.
Damn it.
The enemy. I need help.
God damn it.
You're getting your ass beat.
Yeah, I'm getting my ass beat. I'm just gonna... Fuck it, I'm gonna get the kill. I'm gonna get killed. Let's just get our character, like, killed from stupidity. Also, I have an opportunity to check if there's like any trapdoors on the top floor. No, there isn't. Oh, that's cool! If you get shot while in first person, like you're...
Answer me. Right.
Alright, we're gonna use a continue because, you know... Alright, so... Since we've done, like, you know, 2 of the
Jack,
bombs...
do you need...
Don't take my pixels, Masonic! Although I'm actually kind of glad how well the bandana plays through in the pixelation when it's out. That's kind of cool.
Jack, it must be so nerve-wracking to defuse a bomb.
Shut up,
Yeah,
Rose.
I'd say so.
Okay, that was a...
You're not meant to be here!
That's all right. It's just that I've never been trained in this stuff.
You okay? Are you feeling well?
I almost threw up a few times.
Oh,
She
Jack.
shouldn't,
But I'm
she isn't
okay.
supposed to be
It's not like
here.
I'm in this alone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true. What do you think about when you're defusing those things?
I don't think so much as
Oh
remember.
god, please don't
And I
die.
know that I need to resist that and keep my mind blank. I can't let myself be overwhelmed by the fear.
So, am I a part of what you try not to remember? I was just kidding, but I guess this isn't a good time for that.
No, it is. And I do think about you. I'm trying to remember what's so special about April 30th.
Any success?
No, not yet.
You need to stay alive so you can.
Okay, that's a deal.
Alright. I'll wait for him to get down. Oh, it's doing tracking! I didn't... There we go. Alright, hang on. Let me just move you so you're not at the staircase and instead, like, somewhere else. And let me just give you a wiggle.
Hear that that new Halo's coming to PlayStation.
I heard it's like a Unreal Engine 5 thing for Halo campaign, like the first one.
Combat Evolved, yeah.
I have mixed feelings about it, personally speaking.
As do I, but I think it's another way of Trump trying to gain credit for himself.
Wait, what?
In my presidency, I put a stop to the 20-year console war. It was so great. We got Master Chief coming to the PlayStation. It was so great. I got to hit the X button so I could jump as Master Chief. It was wonderful. It was great. It was excellent. We love to see it. We love to see it.
Oh, this thing is doing boxes. Or I can just run while he's stretched and doesn't have his gun out.
Yeah, good point. I was doing a 2016 Trump.
Yeah, that's too coherent. Like, here's the thing. Here's my thoughts on it. Is like, the fact of the matter is that I think it's fine for PlayStation goers to, like, experience, like, Halo. Like, I think that is like, you know, that's a totally fine thing. But here's the part is that, like, you have to kind of reconcile with the fact of, like, oh, hey, like, you know, we already have... So you have Halo Combat Involved, which is on the Xbox and technically on the Xbox 360. But then you also have the Master Chief Collection, which has, you know, the Halo campaign, Halo 2, Halo 3, and as far as I know, Halo 4? Or no, Halo 3 ODST. Like, you've got, like, Bungie's thing in the Master Chief Collection. It's a pretty good collection. If they ported that from, you know, the Xbox and the PC, if they ported that to the PlayStation, I don't think we'd have too much of a problem with it. I think the problem is that it's a game that has already gone through the remaster treatment and what have you, and now it's going through it, like, let's be frank, a third time. in an engine that, like, a lot of people, like, it has baggage is the problem. Like, they're just saying, oh, campaign evolved, like, this is being done in the Unreal Engine 5, and they're basically, like, reinventing, like, some of the levels and what have you, from what I hear. So, like, there's things where it's like, oh, during, like, the library, not the library level, or, no, maybe it is the library level. You know,
Yeah,
the
the
one where you
library.
stop on the, where you start on the beach? And you gotta,
Yeah,
like...
that's the library.
Yeah, that's the library. So apparently, like, one of the guys that was like the designer on like the previous game and what have you saw like, you know, the demo reel or something like that, and he talked about how it was really annoying. Like, he thought it was disrespectful that they kind of fucked around with the level design, because the point of, like, you know, they had like these 2 immovable trees or something like that, so you couldn't just force the warthog into the arena where the hunters are, and. In this game, apparently, when they're making it again in Unreal Engine 5, they've changed it from being immovable barriers into, you know, rocks or something like that that can get moved or circumnavigated by the Warthog. So now, instead of trying to fight the hunters using, like, your ingenuity and whatever weapons you had on you now get to have the Warthog, which, let's be frank, is a fairly powerful piece of weaponry to get against the hunters. Like, it can almost trivialize it. So that's the thing, is like there's a little bit of manipulation to not just, oh, getting the game onto a console that never had it before, but now it's doing that Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 4 thing where it's manipulating, like, it's actually like cutting into what was playable and what wasn't done in the previous generations, where you have to be a little bit critical about what is appropriate cuts and what are, you know, don't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
Either way, I'm probably not gonna play it. I just don't like Unreal Engine 5.
I can totally, like, agree with that. It's one of those kinds of, it's one of those kinds of, engines where, like, it's been Tim Sweeney, like the owner of, like, Fortnite and all that kind of nonsense, like, he's explained to this, like, to... Can it please let me get the... I want the cardboard box. Oh.
There's somebody there.
There's somebody there.
I just want the cardboard box, man. There we go. Alrighty, so now... Cardboard box to transport game software. The eye design is eye-catching. Nice. So...
Oh, it's a Zone of Enders box.
Yeah, that's... I don't get the context, however.
Zone of Enders was a Kojima mecha game.
Ah, okay, okay. Okay, so it just has them running around there. Never mind. Okay. And then, so that's a level 5 door. That's another level 5 door. Oh, mine detector? Is that what that was? Keycard level 1. Life storm sensor. Mine detector. Chemically detects mines. Activates when equipped. It displays position of Claymore mines on the map. Nice.
I'll be right back.
Alright, you be right back. Hi there, Vix! Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing alright. Welcome. Oh, hello. I don't remember seeing you here. Ah, cool. It's just for a ration. Fine. Alright, so that's level 5, level 5. How goes it, Vix? How's the Roblox streaming going?
Nothing here.
Ooh. Actually, no, never mind. I was about to, it was upsetting today, but you'll get over it. Ah, okay, fair enough. Life will do that to people sometimes. I will do what I can to distract you from the goings-ons of the world, and instead have us enjoy a little bit of Metal Gear Solid. I have gone through the first...
Be careful. There are Claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Is this Deep Throat?
Claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep.
Yeah, it's Deep Throat again.
From Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Just callbacks.
Contact me.
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you
Oh, and I didn't pay attention to what the what's-a-mahoozy number was when Deep Throat called me. Damn it!
The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
I got easily distracted by Vix.
At first. Do you think...
I caught that part too, but the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Did it save Deep Throats? Yeah, it did. Mr. X. Cool. Alrighty. Also, who the fuck? Oh, there's a guy with the binoculars up there. Shit.
Ladies and germs, he has arrived.
Mr. X? Or Deep Throat?
No. The Iggy.
Oh, your cat.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just waiting for the... Yep, there we go. And then... Hang on, I'll just need to... So...
Just sit on my lap, little bud.
I'm gonna see if I can, pick up these mines. Yep, I can pick up the claymores. Excellent. Alright. We're picking up claymores, so then that way... Because I reckon there's going to be a fight. Ladies and shards, it's time to hit that guy with a first-person gunshot. I ain't about to... I'm not gonna shoot the guy in the roof. I don't have a way up there. Also, I have no idea where I'm going. Oh yeah, I didn't even double check if there was a, There wasn't a bomb in the boxes, was there? Hang on. Oh yeah, because... Yeah, that's the shell 1, which means I need to go to... Yeah, so I need to go to strut E, and then move my way to strut F, and then back over to strut A, and then check strut B. So, yeah, there's a bomb in different places. Alrighty, here we go, here we go. No, I came out from, like, the central one. So this is... Okay, this is strut F. Never mind. Okay. Oh, shit. Once again, this game just deciding to fuck with my...
Nothing here.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Forget about it. Nope, can't go through here. Can't go through there. Oh, and there's a... Jesus! Hmm? Ow!
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit.
Yep. I accidentally got like, ah, god damn you.
Oh, they all coming.
Yeah, because I... Ow. Wait, it was bound to happen. Raiden! So yeah, because I wasn't paying attention to where I was going in the box, and then next thing you knew, I was... Okay, for a second there, I thought I could use the gun through the box, but okay.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
Never mind. Did I do a recent save? Yes, I did. I did do a recent save, so I'll just... I've already like fucked up like two times in that little area there, and I probably need to like rethink my whatsamahoozies. I'm trying not to save scum chat, but considering in the first game it gave me a ranking after like how many times it took me to do continues and killing people and yada yada, I am now a little more conscious of like, oh, what the fuck am I doing? So, yeah. Alright, so now we're in the... Yeah, so we're in the DE connector. So... There should be a guy that should be coming down from there.
Can I take back the joke that I made about Trump doing the console war thing?
Yeah.
Because the White House literally just posted some bullshit.
Did they literally try and make that, like, you know, argument, or some bullshit?
Let me drop you a link.
Alrighty then. Just moving the body, don't mind me. And then just pick him up, drop him 2 or 3 times. There we go. More bullets, thank you. Nothing special up here. Yep, so we came from D. We're heading into E now. Because E was where we got the computer game box.
Nothing here.
Nothing here.
And then he's going to do a stretch in the next minute. There he goes. Damn it. I wasn't able to pick up the box like I thought I would. Let me just... There we go. I'll get the radar just so then that way I can, you know, look in the top left and see where he is and all that nonsense. Alright. Oop. And then... Oh, there's a set of stairs that goes up. Okay, I didn't know about these stairs. Oh, this opens. Strut E heliport. Oh. I think this is where the SEAL team came from.
Mm.
And we're getting a cutscene as well. Okay.
Care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja complete with a sword.
Cyborg ninja.
What? Gray Fox?
Something from me.
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference?
Oh, is that Olga from the start of the game?
We'll intensify
Looks like it.
Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Oh, that was definitely at me.
Bridge to Shell 2.
Oh, no, that's not us.
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze!
Oh, come on, Raiden.
You must be one of Dead Cell.
Of course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
Woman!
I love how Olga looks right now.
Where the fuck did she jump to? Did she just jump into the fucking water? Oh, my ear.
I saw a female soldier. Russian. Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
Of course, Pliskin knows about it. Pliskin is Snake.
She's not a Dead
No,
Cell?
he's not.
No. She commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the big
Chat.
That's right.
That's... Hang on. That's just fucking Snake, isn't it?
Watch yourself with her.
It really isn't. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure it's Snake.
It really isn't. Dude, there's like clones. Remember?
Yeah, I suppose. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? I need to know where the bomb is here. Alright. Okay, cool. He didn't fall into the ocean. That's good. That's good.
He looks like he's seconds from it, though.
Yep. Okay, so that's where the bomb is. Nope. Not in the right spot. It's... There you are. That's another one out of the way.
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of. Explosives were planted on the Harrier 2 stationed on the roof.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
Maybe it's
All
not
the
Fat Man that's
bombs
putting the
that have been found
bombs
so
down?
far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, Raiden. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
you.
I just had to look at that image you shared and...
Just hurry.
I'm not a, like... You know my stance on AI. Like...
Yeah.
I absolutely hate it. And, like, it obviously screams AI because of the whole, like, studio piss look.
No, it's definitely AI.
Yeah.
But even the content of it just blows.
It does. It really does. It's like, why the fuck would we... It's... Yeah. It's just ludicrous. Oh, hey, another box. What the shit? So, box X... Transport to daily supplies. Equipped to where? What? Where the fuck would I...
You know how in MGS1 you could fast travel in the truck?
Where the fuck is a truck here?
You don't do it in the truck, you do it in those delivery centers.
I just like Raiden's just like little run down the... Oh, hello. Thank you. Oh, more claymores. Nice. So that's 1, 2. Sometimes I only need to pick them up twice. Sometimes I need to pick them up 5 times. Alright, so we're in the parcel room. So...
Nothing here.
What are you... Oh, god damn you. Hang on. Please don't kick over my box. No! Damn you!
Damn.
Okay. What the fuck happened there?
You knocked him out before he could make the call-outs.
That's kind of insane. I didn't know I could do that. But I don't exactly have a good spot to hide him right now.
Hmm.
Although, hang on.
Did not even let him breathe.
Yeah, nah. Now he's sleeping. Now he's gonna be there for like a while. Alrighty, so we got all these boxes here. And then this wants an M4 thingy.
Nothing here.
So like... Alright, so if I go, let's say for example... up on this thing. And then... Box 3. Oh, okay.
Right on the money.
Okay. So, where is it taking me? I'm guessing that would have been a quick time thing there.
Possibly.
Ooh! Okay, so that gets me back here into strut A. Oh, okay. So you decide to go that way around. I don't want to snap his neck, so... Come on. There we go. And now I can put him into the thingy. There we go. Close the door. Alrighty, so... Alright, so this requires a level 1 access card. And we want to see... Yeah, there's a bomb in here. Good to know, good to know. Let's see, can we go under the pipes? No, we cannot, because the pipes are huge. Should have known. Oh, hey, another cardboard box. Well, that was a waste of a spot to be standing in.
Maybe you go from the side?
Who's there? Huh? Who's there?
God damn you.
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit.
What are the odds this works?
Probably will, because, like, I don't think they have a way in here. Like, they're gonna run around, like, there's no, like, how are they gonna get to here? I had to crawl. Like, this is literally just a... Like, see? So, like... Like, what's the point? Like... Alright, it'll turn back around again, shortly. It was very tempting to just shoot him in the butt. Alright, so he's just there. Oh, okay, so... Wait, unless... Nah, so we can't crawl, so our only option is to, like, go up and over. Then under, and then we can go under here as well. And I think there is a bomb somewhere. Yeah, it's gonna be... Okay, another crawl under thing. And then...
No one's going to leave a bomb in a place that easy to reach. It would be more worthwhile to search convoluted areas that can't be reached simply by...
Yeah, I figured. Just give me a minute, dude. There's also a cardboard box I want to pick up, please. Also, should... Actually, no, I'm not dead or anything like that, so... A lot of crawling.
Yep.
So yeah, because... Yeah, and you can't do... Yeah, can't open that, can't open that, can't crawl under those, can't crawl under that. Okay, so there's the red pipe there.
I wonder if you can crawl under that one.
So we can't...
Like the one near the guard that's passed out.
What's... I don't think... Nah. Although, look, there's the bomb.
Yep.
Oh, actually... Oh, sorry. Granted, granted, what Vic wrote in the chat might have accidentally have, like, you know, given me a clue. But... Let's see. Will it let me? Hey, look at that! You crawl directly underneath the red pipe. There we go. Oh, wait, hang on. What? Oh. There's a little thingy-majiggy there. Okay, okay. Sorry for spoiling. Yeah, not to worry. It was an honest mistake. All right, so that makes a little more sense because yeah, there's like a. Hang on. No, don't do fucking cartwheels, Raiden, you piece of shit. You don't need to be this flamboyant. So now, I bet you we can do. Okay, no, we can't go down that way because there's like a blocking. But yeah, there's another. Yep, hang on. There we go, and then. Forward. Yep. And then we go through here. Go up. And then through. I'm gonna be real with you, like, Vix. I would not have, like, thought to, like, continue crawling up directly underneath the pipe, like, throughout the thingy-majiggy. So we got... Let's see. Does this have a way of crawling? No, it doesn't. And... Oh, hello. We can crawl under this, however. Nice. And then... Thought I was onto something, but now I'm not. Okay. Oh, okay. Never mind.
You were.
Now we got box 1. And, yep, there's no other bombs here. So now... Crawl through here. There we go. But yeah, just remember, Vix, questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game. It's why I have Cap here in the VC, because if I have, like, you know, a question or what have you, then I can go to Cap. It's a shame I got, like, caught out. Like, I didn't want an alert to go off, but, you know, no one's perfect. Alright, so we got... So I need to head back to F. So we've got... So perishable foods. So daily supplies, perishable foods. So this would no doubt head into the kitchen and what have you.
Then...
What's that, a pick in a locker? Yeah, it is.
Jack, do you remember the day?
Oh, we missed out. Kind of busy right now. You're right, sorry. I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There were all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall. A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and... Oh, no, I accidentally pressed the start, so now I have to read all this. Which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie? I said it was probably the Chrysler Building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State. I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla. We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourist. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese woman had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall. We argued all the way to Battery Park, and for nothing, since the museum was closed. We went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor. An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place. That night, we went up to the top of the Empire State. It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground. I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right, and that was our first date. We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together. I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again. What? Take care. What a waste.
What a waste.
Alright, I need to remember to, like, just flip him over. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Ow!
It's the enemy. I need help.
Yeah. That's fair enough, honestly.
Yeah, I was just like, nah, can't do it. So, plus, I think I missed the mine detector as well, and yeah, I didn't know where that box would take me, and so, yeah, probably a good call that I... There we go. Ding, dong, load game. But yeah, at least I know, like, where I'm going and what have you, so... Alrighty, so once again, we're at the DE corridor. Guard will pop up there shortly. We'll wait for him to go down the stairs just a little bit further. And then... right on the noggin. Get fucked, sir.
Absolutely domed.
Absolute. Lol, grabbing him from the legs like this. The absolute disrespect of this style.
To be fair, they're terrorists.
Yeah. Terrorists, yeah. Although there's like an achievement, Asian, I imagine, if it's like, oh, go through all this like terrorists, like people without, you know, firing, without killing any of them. I reckon that's a thing. Oh, Sir Dragon was wondering if you were sick, like, you know, infected or anything.
Oh, so it's spring in Australia right now. And I've got hay fever like fucking crazy. I should probably go actually take a fexofenadine right now.
Sounds fair.
I'll be right back.
There we go. Was able to get the box. There. And then... dink. There we go. And then we head upstairs. We get the cutscene again with Olga.
I saw a female soldier.
And then it's like, you know, most likely isn't part of Dead Cell, be extra careful. And now we're here. And then dink. Just pick him up and drop him again to try and get some ammo. Or a ration. Rations are good. Rations are nice. There we go. And then there's the bomb there. Interesting that there's no ammunition on the coolant, so you can just like spray it wherever the fuck you want. And then we got the bombs off the thingy. He's concerned because these are very sloppy sort of locations to put bombs. I reckon the reason why, you know, the bombs are put where they are is that it's all a subterfuge where they don't actually want to blow up this place. They just want to make it look like it is as if it has blown up. So then that way, you know, as you're going through all this... Alright, hang on. Is there anything under the thingies? Not that I can see. There's just the box that's back here. He just wants to give it the appearance that, you know, the rig has exploded and what have you. So then that way everyone's like, oh my goodness, no one could have survived these things. And like, not investigate further until way, way later on. No, not the coolant, you nimmy. Come on. I just want to... There we go. Thank you for the claymore. I just need you to knock yourself unconscious, please. I just don't want to break your neck. There we go. All done. Alright, and now I can go back downstairs. Trying to avoid his like ire right now, so be mindful. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the exit. So we head down here because I'm pretty sure there's a mine detector down here. Yep, there was. And then down in here is another ration. Alright, so we have no means in here. So now we can do the oh so important. So we took care of the bomb that was there, so now we go to the E to F connector. And then this is the call from Deep Throat.
Be careful. There are claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth equipped claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep
Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you
He just wanted a cool name.
Let's just
Never mind the connotations of calling someone Deep Throat.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Alrighty then. So now we get the mine detector.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
God damn it. Like, thank goodness the drones don't have a way of, like, figuring me out, but, yeah. Never had to deal with that guy with the binoculars. Like, oh, and he's not there anymore. The guys with the fucking binoculars. God damn you.
It's the enemy. I need help.
God fucking damn it. Look. It's just how I'm built, chat. It's just how I'm built when it comes to these occurrences where I can, like, you know, get a good rating for stealth. I want that good stealth rating. I want the good rating. Here's what I'll do is rather than so I'll get the mine detector first. And alright, hang on. I got caught out by the guy with the binoculars twice.
Damn.
I was an idiot. I should have waited till he, like, you know, turned his head around and all that nonsense.
Sorry, chat. I'm still gonna be sniffly for a while because the fexofenadine has to kick in.
Yeah, it takes time. Meds always take time. It is how it is.
That is if it does even kick in at all.
Yeah. So, yeah, because, like, that, you know, the guy with the binoculars up there, I don't get affected when I'm all the way down here, and then he, like, you know, walked around, and then, yeah. Alright, so, lay you down here. There we go. Then he walks away, which means I can now run up here, through these doors. Alright.
Nothing here.
So then he's gonna stretch in the next minute. There we go. Using this time to pick up the box. There we go. Then we grab the radar.
Who's that? Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit.
God fucking damn it.
Move! Move! Clear! Clear!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Dispatching reinforcements to Strut E. Exercise extreme caution.
There we go.
Enemy in the area. Increase security level.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements to Strut E. Exercise.
Nah, never mind. Eh. I was just too trigger happy. I just like I did the movement and then like he saw the box move and I just yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
All of this just to try and get like I'm not gonna get a perfect record, I know that much, but it's like I want to try and mitigate as much like just fuck ups as I can.
Yeah. I'm gonna do something funny.
You gonna do something funny?
I'm gonna do something funny.
All right, here we go. Ding, donk.
The funny has been done.
The funny has been done, has it?
Yep.
Oh, cool. I was able to get the bullets without having to, like, wait for them or anything like that. Alright, so he's going across. Alright, so strut F.
Nothing here.
Alright, cool.
I fucking hate spring.
Nah. Most do. I just need to wait for this guy to do his thing.
Also, Grant, when you have time, look at Discord.
Alright, one moment. Alright, where am I looking in Discord?
Just in the voice text channel.
Oh,
Not
okay,
the text
cool.
channel,
Yeah.
just the voice chat channel. Do you see him?
Cat. I see a cat.
Just sleep,
Chat doesn't get to see the cat, but I get to see the cat. I get to see the Iggy cam.
Yeah. Additionally, I got a new bedspread for summer. It's actually very comfy.
I will be real with you though. That bedspread, I don't know why, but it feels Aussie to me. I can't explain why, but the stripes it just reminds me of every Aussie bedspread.
You know what? It kind of does. It seems like the kind of shit you'd see in like a orange dust sort of one-story tin roof, veranda out the front, old rocking chair.
Yep.
Fucking home amongst the gum trees with lots of plum trees, sheep to kangaroo, clothesline out the back, veranda out the front, and an old rocking chair.
This guy likes,
You know that one, Grant?
Sorry. No, I was just trying to deal with the fact that this guard is just looking There we go. Alright, cool.
Did you get the reference though, Grant?
What reference?
You know, give me a home amongst the gum trees with lots of plum trees.
I don't know any of these Aussie words and songs. Australia doesn't. I'm one of those weird people where it's just sort of like if you asked me to present like Australian like popular media, my knowledge goes to Steve Irwin, The Block, because it's been invading my my TikToks. And
The Block's been on your TikTok? That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, like, I'm very, like, I don't like the housing situation in Australia full stop. Like, the whole, line has to go up because everyone invests in homes in Australia because everyone always wants a home. And so the price of homes increase exponentially because everyone buys it for investment purposes rather than as, like, so the demand always outstrips the supply because, the supply can only go so far, and the demand is greater than even the population growth. But yeah, so
I blame rich people.
You should blame rich people, but you should also blame every like facet that wants to be part of the process. But yeah, any whoosies on the block. They had like the 5 contestants or what have you, and they got up to this week where they were going through the auction stage, and they were trying to sell their homes like the reserve price. So like, oh, the auction starts and they have to get to this price. It was like $2.5 million, almost $3 million was like the reserve price, where it's like, oh, you can start your auction, but people need to be betting above that line. Otherwise, like, the auction fails or something rather. There was only 2 people that, got above their reserve line or what have you. Everyone else failed. And it was like, oh, I wonder why that would be. And then, lo and behold, someone noted, oh, the neighborhood that this place where all the homes were built and such was in a neighborhood where the median, like, price of homes there was, like, less than $1 million. It was, like, $750,000.
Yeah, I was about to say, who has the fucking money for a $2 million loan?
There was one person in the past, like Aiden, some bullshit name, where he always knew where the block was gonna host and their auctions and what have you, and would always like scrounge, like would always like put together the funds and purchase like most of them. Like he would be responsible for like 3 or 4 of them, and the reason why he would do that was because the property would be worth more, because like one, he was on his like from contestants of the block and what have you, and would do it for renters and just has it as part of investment portfolio, because in Australia they've made it that the price of the house will never go down. There will never be a time where it will. It'll just keep going up. So like so more often than not, houses is seen as a better investment for like saving and making money off of your funds than a savings account. And no one wants to go into the investment, like no one wants to invest in property either. Like they would much rather.
I feel like Law from Tekken right now. Fucking, I hate rich people.
Oh yeah, no, it's a. Come on. There we go. Took me a minute to get this guy. Alright, there we go. And then I can now use the coolant on this thing.
Raiden here.
Not until you pop the housing market bubble again. The only way here's the thing, is it's not a bubble is the thing. Like if there was like an oversupply of houses, then yeah, argumentatively there could be a bubble. But there isn't. There's just such a demand for it. And we have all sorts of people that don't own a home, and what's more is like unless you can, greatly reduce like the actual value of the homes, which unfortunately economic nonsense and what have you, like.
Wait, I have a solution though.
If it's revolution, I am for it, but it's also one of those ones where like no one wants to have a revolution, because normally there's a lot of other shit that breaks down when that goes off.
Oh no, it's just one of us has to draw the housing market popping.
Oh, okay, that
as pawn.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna
call that inflation.
Have I already shared the meme of like the furry inflation, where it's just the furry at the drive-thru and he's like, "What do you mean the Big Mac's $14?"
You have sent me that. Also,
nice.
Look at how that how he leans on like the fucking wall. Ain't that some fucking rad Kojima gaming?
Nice work, Kojima. Good for you. Now keep him asleep, so then that way when I go like downstairs and over through the trucks and such, I don't have to deal with the man with the binoculars again. Would be nice. Please and thank you. Also, I'm really glad that I don't have to have the key card out to open the doors. I totally forgot about that tidbit.
Yeah.
God damn you.
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit.
Shit. Okay, I think I was able to get out of that situation, technically speaking.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's seen as an alert. I think that's fine now. So now if I go back in here... Yeah, it's not seen as an alert. Alrighty.
Nothing here.
Yes!
Be careful.
Yep, we already know about this. So he wanted to be called Deep Throat, but then he changed his name to Mr. X, and he's like, oh, it can't be that guy because, you know, that was Gray Fox's name, and Gray Fox was killed back in Shadow Moses' time.
It's liquid shits.
I'm just picking up the claymores right now. Fuck!
One way to do it.
Because I pressed A to crouch, but then I rolled, and I was like right on top of the claymore, so yeah. Good news, one less claymore to worry about.
Yep.
Thankfully, it didn't start off an alert either, so technically speaking, we're still good. All right, it's at this point I will do a save.
You gotta call your
Jack,
girlfriend.
do you need to save?
Yes, I do.
Jack, do you need to save?
There we go.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
Still
I'm
no.
busy right now, Rose.
You're right. Sorry.
Very busy, Rose. Can you,
It
like,
was right
please
after
let
I
me get back to
transferred
the
New
game?
York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which
Oh, hey, we
building
did
it
this
was
one
that
already.
King
We
Kong
did,
was
but
climbing
I
on the
accidentally
roof.
had to voice it
I said
myself,
was
so,
probably the
you know,
Chrysler
rather
Building.
than
And then
not
you
have
showed
that,
up
I
and
decided to
started
listen
mouthing off.
and see who
You
said
were like,
what.
No, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists.
Was there a
I was
Godzilla film
insisting that
based
I
in
was
New
right,
York?
and you
Yeah,
were
no, there
doing
was,
the
wasn't
same.
there? With,
The next thing we
what's-a-mahoozy?
knew, Japanese women
the
had
American
run
one?
away.
The American one,
And we
yeah, I
found
totally
the
forgot.
skyscraper
They're probably
museum
talking about the
saying
American
that
one,
we
aren't
had a
they?
recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our
Yeah, it was
separate
98.
ways from the museum.
Yeah.
And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that
I
we
wonder
were
if there's,
actually
like,
working at
what
the same
other,
place.
like, IPs
That
has
night
there
we went
been
up
where
to
they're
the
like,
top of
oh,
the
this is
Empire
very
State.
popular in Japan, let's
so
make it again in the
I could look
US.
down on the
Because we've
Chrysler
had
Building from
Godzilla,
120
we've had
stories
Death
above
Note.
ground.
I felt
What's another
Power
one?
Rangers.
I didn't
Well,
care
Super Sentai.
anymore
Well,
who
Super
was
Sentai and
there.
Power Rangers, they like
That was
keeping
our first
separate,
date.
don't they? Like,
You watched King Kong in your apartment.
I
a
mean,
bunch of
they
So
treat
is
them
Death
they
Note.
treat them as two separate IPs.
If it weren't for that coincidence,
And Godzilla, if
we
we're
wouldn't be
if we're
together.
being like
I know.
for real, like
I'm sorry,
Godzilla doesn't
Jack.
have
Japanese
Never
Godzilla.
time again.
The Japanese Godzillas
Take care.
and the American Godzillas are entirely different vibes.
Yeah,
American
no, but
Godzilla
like, they,
is WWE.
but what I'm
Japanese Godzilla is a horror movie.
fair. All right, hang on. So,
Who's that?
in and out before we get troubles. All right, so now I just need to wait for him to.
To piss off.
All right, here we go. Here we go. So he's gonna.
Who's there?
Nope.
I'm under attack. Stay alert.
Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to Strut F. Intensify the level of security.
Now the annoying thing is I don't have the radar for Strut F, which I think might be downstairs of all things. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. It looks like the flaps change when you're on first person and third person. Like, pay attention to the top left. F. So like, because you'll see they're slightly open, and then the one on the left is like, you know, pushed against the wall.
Ah.
It's like as if they're getting reset. Like they start, like they're sitting up and then deciding to fall normally.
Also, if anyone's been watching Gojuja, which is the newest Sentai season, the actor for Fire Candle has been playing Pokemon Legends ZA. And he made the character that he plays in ZA. And it's thematic and cool, because he made himself look fucking radical.
It's the enemy. I need help. Move. Clear. Clear. Something over there. There's somebody there.
No.
Porno mag.
Yep. I don't know how to get to that porno mag, and I need to deal
You
with
can climb up.
Yeah, but I tried that and it didn't work last time.
Try it again. You need to get the porno mag. Raiden needs to goon.
He got me. Stay on lookout for the intruder.
Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to Strut F. Intensify the level of security.
Yeah, see? Like...
You can probably jump from like, if you climb up onto where the ammo is.
Hang on. Oh, you mean like doing the cartwheel jump thing?
Yeah.
Maybe. Hang on. Alright, this, yes it will.
He got me. Stay on lookout for the intruder.
Nah. Thankfully, I saved this, like, relatively recently as well, so... Because I was just fucking around, quite frankly. Do you think this is appropriate, chat? Doing the whole, save...
I think it's fair enough.
You think it's fair? Cap thinks it's fair enough. Alright. And then, ding, loading this.
Nothing here.
Yeah, I can't see shit from here.
It's the... What's going on? Respond.
Who's that? Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit.
What's going on? Respond.
Encountered the enemy requesting.
Damn it.
Damn.
That is a terrible, like, entry point, frankly. Like...
Yep.
That, like, you are kind of stuffed there, quite frankly. Like, I feel like... And I can't just, like, have everyone, like, you know, knocked out, because one of them is doing, like, the whole radio thing.
Yeah, not going well.
No, not in this regard.
This is gonna be a long set of streams.
Just a little bit, especially with, like, the... Like, I'd rather do this than hit continues, I will be frank with you, here and there. Because, yeah, I reckon I can do the stealthing, is the thing. Alright, now... Oh, wait, hang on, there's a... Oh, I'm an idiot. There's a fucking staircase right here.
Nothing here. Oh. What's that?
Nice try, good sir. There we go. Alright, this is gonna be a little bit easier now. Now that we have the radio, we can do this a little bit better. Alright, so... Oh, another box. And, from the looks of it, a vent we can go through. Although I don't like that when we're in the vent, we can't see the radar. That's a little bit scummy.
Yeah.
Although I suppose, like, if you can see the radar in the vent, it's like, you have, like, a really good way of just, like... Oh,
cheesing.
hello. Yeah. There we go. And then... Sucking bullets are full. What the... Do I really not have a... Oh, I guess I don't. Oh, hang on. There we go. Alright, so they're being a little more intensive with their search.
Nothing here. Oh.
Alright, just head to this connecting bridge real quick just to reset the what's-a-Mathoozy. Nope. So is he one of the radio people? I don't know if he is or if he isn't. Like,
Nothing here.
You gonna go for the porno mag?
Oh, I think I have... Hang on, I think I know what I need to do. So... So I need to be up on the upper floor, jump onto the railing, and then drop down is, I think, what I need to do. Alright, so... Ah, goddamn you.
You really can't catch a break.
No, I can't, especially in the mood that I'm in. especially in like this, you know, being like predominantly stealth, and it's like I'm looking over at chat and I'm just seeing like my my bot just sort of being like, you know, hey, advertisement's gonna come up. Hey, there's an advertisement, and I'm not seeing anyone tell me, Grant, you're being pedantic. Just take the L or anything like that.
Yeah, honestly.
It's tough trying to figure out, like... Alright, so there's strut F, and then thankfully I can go down here. And then... because I can...
Nothing here.
There we go. So he's now asleep. Now, let's do the responsible thing. Nice. What the? There we go. Power War Box 2. So yeah, since he wasn't one of the people that, like, was doing the radio and what have you, we can leave him in here. That doesn't open. Alright, here we go. Since we got him out of the picture, I reckon we'll have a slightly better time. Oh, thank you. We just need to figure out who's the guy doing the, doing, like, most of the, calls and what have you, so then that way, like, we can get nearly everyone except him out of the way. Although, now that we have the radar, we can probably go up to the first floor and do, like, the appropriate drop and what have you. Or even go for the porno mag.
Oh, yeah, bud? Yeah? What up? Hey?
Alright. Hey, an SCM suppressor. So now we have a suppressor for the gun. Like, the actual... So rather than a tranquilizer...
gun.
Yeah, for the dead gun. Alrighty, so...
Who's there?
My little boy woke up.
Nothing here.
Come on, just...
Ow! Hey, ow! My tit.
Come on. Knock yourself out, alright? I don't want to be groping your face all day. There we go. Come on. There we go. That's what we want to see. So now I can leave you in here.
Iggy was being a little rapscallion.
Yep. Okay, so because I knocked the person out, I did put him into the whatsamahoozy closet. My only concern is that he will wake up in the closet, I worry.
I am not sure if he does or not.
Yeah.
Why are you late with your status report? What's going on? Respond.
Oh, we got a status report to worry about.
Communications with Strut F have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Encounter DML requesting backup.
Understood. Dispatching an additional unit to Strut F. Don't allow the ship to get away.
We were doing so well, and then I accidentally like had the wrong guy.
How it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Damn.
Never mind.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
Jack! Of course, we get popped by a grenade. But yeah, okay, so there's only 3 of them that we need to worry about. And... oh yeah, and I didn't do the save at the thing. Okay, well, I at least know... downstairs is relatively safe. I can get the first guy, put him into a locker, get the Sockham suppressor, and then I just need to be mindful of the one that does the radio call and what have you, so then that way. And right at the get-go, I run into... oh, Jesus. Curse you, Kojima, and my sense of perfection for fucking stealth.
Yeah, honestly, you really got to start taking L's.
Yeah, probably. So this will be my last. This will be my last save scum for the
tonight.
for the strut for the night or something like that. Yeah, like we're only like 2 hours in of a 4 hour, and it's like, you know.
It feels like 4 hours have elapsed already.
Alright, here we go, here we go.
Nothing here.
Alright, so you falling asleep. Hi there, Kevin, by the by. Welcome to the stream. I need more people in chat to tell me when and when not to, you know, be a perfectionist in these nonsensical things.
You're doing pretty fast.
Yeah. Alright, so there we go. I'm at least going through, like, some bits, like, faster than others. Alright. So through here to get the suppressor, and then just trying to think what would be the I don't know why that was like suppressed for bullying. It didn't explain to me why. But it's definitely not bullying for whatever reason. So Kevin's comments is fine. But yeah, you are right. This is like, I can imagine there's like a lot of people going through Ghost of Yote. I personally go through it on Sundays, Sunday morning.
Did I tell you I like finished it?
Ghost of Yote? Congrats.
Yeah. Very good game.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Alright, so...
Nothing here.
Okay, so that's the guy with the radio. He's going right. So he went right, he went left, so now... So he's going... So the guy with the radio is going down the stairs. I'm glad you knew what the algorithm meant. Yeah. So the guy with the radio is going down the stairs right now. Put the box on just so then that way. Fuck off.
If you save scum.
No, I'm not safe scumming on this one. I'm not gonna save scum on this one.
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit.
Enemy sighted.
Fuck off. I'll just hit the continue.
Jack, what's
Straight
going
up,
on?
why are you like
Answer me.
getting flogged so hard?
It's I think it's like, I don't know. Honestly, I honestly don't know with like the, oh, it puts me here anyway. Never the fuck mind. It put me exactly where my save put me. I get none of my I get none of the like radar or anything like that. So
Nothing here.
what a waste of a continue. Like, it just took me right back to, you know, where my save was. Yeah. And then... get box 2. Like, that's annoying. I don't know who's in call with you. Hi, other guy. She!
The gal.
Cap. She is one of the moderators. Sorry.
My name is right there.
Yeah, no, sorry. I had to be a little blunt with you there, Kevin. I'm sorry to say. So, because
my name is right there.
Because a
and
few
my pronouns
times
are right next to it.
So yeah, because a few times now, not for any fault of your own, it's like, okay, so we have the SCM suppressor. Firing noise is reduced when attached, equipped together with and then there we go. Oh, okay, so now it should be good. There we go.
Wild.
All right. Just gonna figure out which one is the...
There's somebody there.
So he's going down the stairs, which is annoying. Cap's gonna be... actually, no, I shouldn't speak for Cap on this regard.
It's cool.
Yeah.
I'll play some Happy Wheels.
Alright, so now...
Grant can go for the porno mag.
Yep. I just need to wait for... There we go, there we go, there we go. So now they're not looking at the staircase. You have to go to sleep now, but but I just wanted to see you. Not to worry, Kevin. I do appreciate you coming along. Thank you, thank you.
Good night, Kevin.
Nothing here.
Alright, so the guy with the radio is the one going left. So he's no doubt going to go downstairs. I made a grave mistake. Come on. There we go. Oh, this is the, That's where I got the tranquilizer thing. Alright, so he's over there. He's gonna do his radio thing.
Nothing here.
Ow! Fuck off.
Enemy sight. Ow!
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut F have ceased.
Oh, come on.
Carry out an investigation immediately.
Encountered the enemy. Request.
Ah. Fuck off. Like. Maybe I need to not play this and something else for a little bit.
Yeah.
Because if I hit the continue, it's just back to where I was on the save and what have you. Like, maybe I should switch over to Ghost of Yote just to get a power trip again. Chat. Also, it's doing the weird crunching noise in my ears because of the...
Yeah, it's been doing that.
Yeah. I wasn't commenting on anything, because, like, the weird thing is that...
Nothing here.
So yeah, because like it doesn't do it on like, you know, presenting to OBS and what have you, so I'm fine unless people in chat have actually been hearing the crunch, like the bit crunch on the audio, and they just neglected to tell me, in which case it's like, why would you do this to me? All right, so grab you, grab you, grab you, stuff you in here. Here we go. Sir.
Nothing here.
So I shouldn't be in the way of the pathing here. Excellent, excellent. So yeah, because it's that guy that does all the what's-my-boozies. And then... Okay, here we go. I am not... Alright, here we go. Chafe.
Nothing here.
Oh my god, amazingly enough, he has not noticed that.
Nice.
Alright, so maybe I can go for the titty mag. Just need to wait for him to... Okay, so that's his moment of, like, you know, not paying attention. That's good, that's good. And then he's doing... There we go. Got the book.
Nice.
Holy shit! Oh my fucking god. Yep, I'm saving there.
Took you about long enough.
Took me long enough. All right, let's see. So, 2 hours and 57 minutes. So like 2 hours and 57 minutes into the game, and it took me like however long to get 3 hours and 3 minutes. So
You're looking pretty good.
that whole time took me like less than 10 minutes.
Oh, really? I'm glad.
And I know I was looking at the clock at like 8 p.m., so half an hour to get through 10
If
minutes.
you screw something up, you'll be...
I guess so. He'll be all right, I'm sure. Don't worry about it.
Okay, hang in there.
Oh boy. Yeah, and this gets us to the... Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good, that's not good, that's... That is a drone on the lower floor side. Why is the drone on that side? It should be over on the other side. Get the fuck away from me, please. Avoid the drone, avoid the drone, avoid the drone, avoid the drone. Oh, thank goodness. Whew.
About bloody time.
Alright. I know there's a... Alright. Stuff you in there. There we go. Alrighty. And now we can do this. We've done this one before. So we crawl all the way to the red pipe. Actually, hang on, before I grab the bandages. Good night. There we go. Turn you around.
No one's gonna leave a bomb in a
Yep. No, you already mentioned that little tidbit there. So. Full press to set. Oh my gosh. Coolant. Here we go. There we go. So that's all the bombs done.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in strut A has been frozen and disposed of. Explosives were planted in the pump room on the first floor.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
They spot me several times, so you're gonna get caught in
I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
Bullshit, you can run.
That bomb 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness.
So you invented a leg.
Being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well, I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know.
Absolute nothing.
I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
Someone was obviously really rude to him when they came up with that nickname, Peg Leg Peter. Alright, now to go pick up the cardboard box, because I know where I can go for that one. And then... yeah, so then we just need to get to strut B's bomb next. So... Why do they make it that some struts, like, there's no guards I need to, like, worry about radioing and such, and then strut F, they're like, oh, no, you know what? You're gonna need to deal with a guard radioing in.
Nice.
Oh, wait, no, hang on, I remember this one. This one I had to crawl under the... There we go. Or at least it should have. What the? What the what?
Surdradonks88 demands you drink.
Oh, wait, that's right. I can just climb over that box. Ah! Welcome back, Vakovia. Barely any time was missed, quite frankly. A lot of save scumming. I need people in chat to tell me, hey, you're doing good, or hey, stop trying to save scum. So, I'm glad that you're back. You'll be able to keep me in... You'll be able to tell me off. Or tell me when I'm doing good. Alright, so back out here. Because now we have to head to Strut B. This is the one where they had me like practicing the crawl thingamadiggy as well, so... Not the coolant. Wish Demon! Wait, yeah, Wish Demon Nova Beast. Thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. When was the last time you saved? Like, literally a few minutes ago.
Jack, is...
Right now.
I can't believe it. Stillman's prosthetic leg was all a big lie.
Don't be too hard on him, Rose.
But he's got no right to go around pretending he's got a prosthetic leg. That's an insult to people who really can't walk.
Everyone's got their own reasons. Sometimes you've got no choice but to lie.
You're right. I guess it is necessary sometimes.
How is your evening going, Wish Demon?
It's nothing. Well, see ya.
I wonder, what does Pliskin have to say?
Raiden, like I said before, there's a huge load of C4s at the bottom of Strut H that won't show up on the radar. The old man's right. There's got to be the same thing in Shell 1. Watch your back.
Right. Leave the odorless C4 on Strut H to Stillman. Your job is to dispose of the
Wish
C4s
Dream.
left on Shell 1.
Oh, yeah, Wish Dream, not Wish Nova. Not Wish Demon. I don't know why I thought Wish Demon. My bad.
You're going crazy because you played like an hour of just the same shit.
I suppose. Alright, here we go, and then... I don't know why, they sounded like they were gonna explode for some... Or they were gonna, like, break open for whatever reason. So yeah,
They
sorry.
did sound like that.
Yeah. What the... Why is there no, There's no radar in this room. Uh-oh.
Why is there so much blood in this room?
This is the vamp one. I totally forgot about this. This is where...
Yep.
Nothing to worry about.
Get him in the back of the head.
giving me a lot of sockum bullets, but I don't want to kill a lot of people, so...
Hmm. How did you not get seen?
Because I was on the other side of this door and he was already... And, like, his cone wasn't looking in that direction.
Yeah. I heard the bomber noise, though.
Yeah, it's, like, nearby, I would imagine. Pick up
It might be in the back of the previous room.
Oh, hello. How did I not see this when I was first, like, getting help by Pliskin? Jesus.
Good question. Did you say nerd?
There we go. So yeah, now we get like a bit of a better idea, so... There's nothing there.
I think it's in the other room that you were just in.
No, I reckon there's like an underneath or something. Like, I just need to find all these transformer boxes here and there. Oh. Okay, my lights flickered for a minute there. Hmm. Let's see. Nope.
Yeah, I heard it against the wall of the door.
Like here, right?
Is there any way to get on the other side of that wall?
It's just there. And then... Ah, there we go.
Ah, there we go.
It was the door was already open, so that's why we couldn't... Interesting that, like, the door decided to also, like, you know, cover the noise. There we go.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
Yeah!
Peter.
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4.
It's
and
a
in huge
bomb.
quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
I need to find that video where it's like Kamen Rider or something like that, and the guy goes, "It's a bomb!"
Way to destruction.
That is Power Rangers Dino. I think it's Dino Charge.
There'll still be 5 struts left. But if
Yeah.
Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time,
It's a bomb.
it'll
That
be
happens like
very
3 times in that show.
The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
Yep, found it.
I have a sensor that
I also found it at the same time.
Sledge, it's a bomb meme.
It's a bomb.
Bomb detector.
You brought that stuff with you?
Of course. I made the calibrations.
Chad, if you want to know, like, for whatever reason, this was in my head when we found the bomb.
Response. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I should have been listening to this guy.
There's another one in that pantry I was in. You can go back and get it.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll
It's a-
stand by
it's a
until you
bomb!
radio in.
It's a bomb.
But yeah, for whatever reason, just stuck in my head. Alright, can you tell me again, Stillman?
Raiden, I've readied a sensor that's capable of detecting odorless C4. It's stashed in a safe outside again, and the Strut C pantry. Fetch it.
Cool. Awesome. So that's where it is. Okay, so it looks like we don't have to deal with...
Doing the Pliskin there.
There we go. Because, like, the sensor was, like, semi-transparent when I was, like, you know, looking in the, what's-mahoozy? When I was, like, looking on the radar, so I was like, oh, okay, so he's not, like, on the same elevation as me. Because I think that's, like, one of the nice, like, little, alterations in this game, is that, like, you can... Alright, so... So far, no one yet. Yep, there's the sensor.
I have sensor B.
Good. Head to the bottom of Strut A.
How's your invisible bomb?
How do we get to the bottom of Strut A?
I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
What the fuck kind of bug is this?
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin!
Oh, it's gonna explode.
Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Writing, the one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
Fuck.
400 seconds.
400 seconds?
That's less than 5 minutes.
Move! Get to the bottom of Strut A now!
Alright.
Go, go, go.
Hopefully there's no guards on our way back. Oh. Ow. I could have gone through that like a lot better. What the? Shit. Nope.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so we probably have...
What's going on? Right!
If I go from the continue, it's going to be from the strut when I have all the alerts, so that's not going to be good. Don't. Wait, why was I going to click back to menu? That's not what I wanted to... Oh, gosh darn it. Did something just pop up as an alert for me? No. Okay, cool. Everything is still relatively normal thingamadiggy. Good thing that Fakovia asked me when was the last time I saved.
Yeah.
Because it is now... Because we're at... Yeah, we're just before the bomb at B. There we go. So yeah, because if I didn't get caught out by that drone, then I would have had the radar. Because I can probably take it a little bit slower on the drone, quite frankly. And then... there we go. Where's the other guy? Fuck it, let's get the radar. Thank you, Fakovia. Okay, so he's right there, then. There we go. So there's the...
That's the bomba.
That's the bomba. There we go.
I have the last...
So we got that. Cool, 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 cool. So now we're picking up the... So we can't open that. This can give us a ration. Sockland bullets are full. Alright. Okay, so the drone, even if at a different elevation, it will, like, you know, do the whole, like, checking thing. So what we should do is instead... Oh, hello. Actually, you're below me now. Once again, I told myself, hey, I should probably take this slowly. And then next thing you know, zoom. Alright, so there's the strut thing.
Peter.
So we got sensor B, and then came the thing of the baby thingamadiggies gets activated. So now we gotta... Alright, so 390 seconds. Alright, so there's the drone there. There we go. Alright, we're doing a lot better this time around.
What? Yes?
Yep.
Hello!
You hear him?
Sorry, what was that?
Iggy's having a bit of a yap.
Oh, okay. Also, thank you, Head. Yes, I made this headband for, like, silly thingamadoogs. Alright, so now...
Okay, BRB. Iggy went out.
Yep, no, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So, rather than tranquilizing both of them, I'll just tranquilize one of them. We run across. This gets us over into Strunt A's pump room. Run back upstairs. to the elevator for strut A. Fuck's sake. Where the fuck is he going? There we go. Alright. Okay, so I had to just push all... I was like wondering, where do I have to stand? I got 284 seconds to go, so...
Right. Bliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
What did you fall for?
Has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
Microwave?
7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Right. Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
What the fuck?
Do it. I know you can.
Oh, god damn it. Alright, well I'm most certainly gonna probably save. Alright, hang on. So now I need to use... Skinner explosive detector beeps when detecting Fat Man's odorless.
Jack, you...
Alright, I'm gonna save it here. Just so then that way...
Hang in there.
Talking bullets up the wazoo. Where the fuck is that bomb? Is it the diving suit? Where the fuck is the... Oh, is it down in here? Where the fuck is this bomb? I'm expecting to see like a green flashing light, like in the last thingamajiggy. Okay, so where is this bomb? There you are. Gotcha. Phew.
I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
There we go. Alright.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed. Shot in the head.
Oh,
they shot
come
one of them on
on.
the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the President.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well,
looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That
My bad.
was not in
Welcome back. I was able to defuse the bomb.
This mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Nice.
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Damn, that's not great.
Raiden,
I don't like
go
being
and
people's
rescue
only
the
hopes.
President. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
Alrighty. Back up from Strut A we go. Ooh! It's the dark-skinned beauty. Sexy lady time. Let's go! I wonder if there's gonna be something about the bugs.
I
Nah,
can't
the bug.
tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come.
The roaches disappeared.
Yep, they're running the fuck away.
Finish me. Like you finished off my father.
Who?
Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
The fuck is she talking about?
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you?
Oh, come on.
Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else.
Mala Gale, you sound beautiful.
And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
I fucking love this song.
Sorry.
Oh, god damn you. Alright, let's try a stun grenade.
Put me out of my
Ow, the fuck?
He got done in by the bar.
Oh, I see what you mean. All right, stuns. Okay, I thought I could roll that, but I guess not.
Right, what's wrong? Right.
All right, I'm gonna call the Colonel when I... Colonel, any ideas?
Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover.
That did not help. No response from Pliskin. What else? Oh yes, Stillman's dead. What am I thinking? No response. Shit.
Maybe you shoot her gun.
Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's...
There we go.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
Railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available, though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inner rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved.
Oh!
Evaluations exist to
Chafe.
criticize it
Or
as
chaff, sorry.
unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of
gun.
accidental discharge.
But
It makes your thighs super big.
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable, too.
Be very careful, Jack.
There we go. Oh, what? Oh, I see, because I need to...
What are you doing? Kill me. You missed. Get me out
Dude!
Dude.
Dude!
Come on, reload, woman.
Man, why she got that shit on rapid fire?
No idea. Oh, well, the elevator's back.
How you doing?
I thought the coolant would, like, do something to the battery, because, like...
What's going on?
Yeah,
Answer
never mind.
me. Jack? Jack!
And what's more is, like, the, blah, 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 blah.
Fortune's railgun.
Yeah, do not... So we heard all this.
Fortune's railgun packs some power.
Jack? Be careful.
Ow.
What are you doing? Kill me. Put me out of my misery now.
Yep. Nope. Got hit by random fucking debris. She is just throwing it everywhere.
Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Fat Man called us?
Yeah.
Why us?
Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, right?
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
It's gonna be a bit tricky. I'm in the middle of a firefight.
The countdown's already begun, right?
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 400 seconds remaining.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
Oh, God.
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
Oh, thank goodness. So I just need to survive.
I
thought I had to do a clever thing, but never mind. Is Vamp gonna kill her, or?
Don't think so.
Take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right, I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Yeah, like, what do you expect me to do?
Later, then.
Now!
Oh! Oh! Wait, what
Nice.
the fuck? Crazy.
Damn.
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No.
So much for a vampire.
That death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again?
Can I run? Can I run out of this situation? Otherwise, I'm gonna be in trouble.
How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to deal with him when... I'm gonna deal with him inevitably. Like, they showed this off to him, but he's being, like, shot in the head. The fuck?
Yeah, garlic.
Oh, really? Where the fuck am I gonna get garlic?
He's a vampire, obviously.
Alright, another 400 seconds to go. Bless you.
Jack. Don't give...
A 20-minute difference between... What the... Ow, fuck. So there's bombs here too? The fuck? Okay, I thought I had to shoot him, but never mind. Don't have to worry about that. Let's just get from... Oh, this room again. No further bullets here. I need to find more bullets if I can. Oh, hello. Here we go, here we go. Okay, so there is no bombs. Nice. And I was able to get through here before the guy with the binoculars popped up. I didn't realize I was going to need to deal with a guy with binoculars.
Hmm.
Nothing here. Who's there?
Okay, so there wasn't any other claymores to worry about, apparently, other than the ones that were right there on strut A. Jesus.
Apparently not.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man.
Oh,
Is he Dead Cell? I am Fat Man.
Fat Man.
The greatest that humanity has to offer. And can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time and life. Don't you love this sound?
Wait.
I used to hang around department store clock counters.
He's on rollerblades?
He is on rollerblades.
And he's got a wine... What the... Why does he have a wine glass with a straw?
And nothing else.
Because he's weird like that. It's Kojima.
Fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start.
It's a very translucent wine, though.
Yeah.
Yum. Good.
Yum.
And the straw just clipping through his helmet thing.
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
Mama Bear Bonjour! Welcome, welcome!
What are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough.
The cat woke you up? Iggy's cat? Or Cap's cat? Iggy?
One Bonjour.
Much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
Grant, please welcome my good friend Baiju.
Yes, they will.
She's very nice.
I know Mama Baiju. I know of her.
You know of Mama Baiju?
I know of Mama Baiju. She a big panda. She's a big sexy panda.
That she is. That she is.
Yeah. She was last playing Gundam Breaker 4.
Dishonorable death.
Yeah.
6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. Set me free, you know. Open the way to a new dimension.
Dimension?
So that I can become the emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist!
He's also wearing
That's
like...
why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party.
Oh my gosh.
This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after
Whenever I
that.
hear Raiden, all I hear is fucking Marcus Damon from Digimon Data Squad.
Disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat.
Yeah, cats do that, Baiju. I love this song so much. I know I already said that today, but still.
Hey, where'd you go? Ow! 20 seconds left. Dude, look, your favorite. Explosives. Hey, it's costs money to get this soup. How about a little time off?
I have no idea where he is. There he is.
Gotta shoot him.
Where the fuck?
Those roller skates make him very annoying.
They do. So he's grinding on the rails, it looks like.
Or thinks he's Tony Hawk. I wonder if you can just, like, instead of, like, full aiming, you can just, like...
Oh, okay. Obviously.
That was close. I almost felt that one.
Apparently, you can hold L1 and shoot him while running.
It's time to get back. I almost felt
Where the fuck is the...
That's the game.
Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna...
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
So yeah, that's annoying that, like, if too many, what's-a-mahoozies, so...
Try aiming for a change.
Where the fuck is the... There they are. That's the first bomb, second bomb is...
Where'd you go?
Alright, I got a trick we can do.
Are you just gonna walk around? What? Look, your face explosive. What are you doing there? Hello? Try aiming.
There we go.
Let's take a little break from bombs, shall we?
I have no idea. There he is.
That works.
Yep. Oh, God. He was right in front of me and then he wasn't.
You asked for more bombs. What? Oh! Oh! Ow!
Shoot me in the face.
No!
There we go. Yes! And we were able to do that with the tranquilizer because of the 2 different bars. So I was like, maybe we can do a stun thing. And I bet you there's like some sort of achievement for. I didn't kill you.
I've nothing to wear to the party.
Why are you bleeding?
Over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean?
He's a suicide bomber, isn't he?
What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
That's not great.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Radio.
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big shell with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem.
Is it now?
This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
What is with that quote? Laugh and grow fat. Where'd that come from?
I'll find it out.
Yeah.
Gee, I wonder where the bomber is. He's in the way, I think.
Yeah, he is. Gosh darn.
You didn't even have to do the codex for that.
The what? Because I heard the beeping and shit. It was like right in front of me. There we go.
Too easy.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized.
Yeah!
I've played these games
Now
before.
gone. That leaves
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists.
Is that so?
A lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin.
Is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Diffused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the Central Core is
Something's
starting
up.
to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the President is?
No, that one's all yours.
The President is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
Raiden can't trust anyone.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's about a good time to save, I think.
Raiden, let's get back.
Get to thingy-majiggy.
Jack.
Yep, save here.
Because we hit the 4-hour mark. Well, we're about to.
Nah, fair enough. Yeah, I'll save it here. It's very tempting. Like, I'm doing all these, like, you know, extra additional saves here and there. It's very tempting to
Remember,
go, like, when offline and such, to go back to the earlier save, like, states that I'm at. And try and go through, like, a much better run of those off stream. Because right now, there isn't any open worldness to this. It's all, like, linear.
You seem to think pretty highly of him.
So, Mizuki, hi!
Guy you can really
Welcome.
depend on, isn't he?
What?
What?
Yeah, Pliskin is one heck of a man, isn't he? He's so cool, so confident.
Yeah.
But he's nowhere near as cool as you. You'll always be my #1.
Ah, nice.
Always.
But that's not what I meant.
You know, you're kind of cute sometimes. Bye, Jack.
Alright. Ding. Dong. But yeah, it is very much tempting. Oh, look, he's knocked out instead of, like, killed.
Yeah, you also got the guy with the fucked leg, or the not so fucked legs.
Dog tag.
Fucking dog tag.
There it is. Enter dog tag viewer mode. Select special on title screen. Enter dog. Oh, okay, so that's how you do it. All right, cool. Neat. Actually, knowing that bastard, he's probably put mines around. Or, never mind, there's a cutscene right here. Yeah, most certainly are gonna be,
Also,
Gray
he's so
Fox!
snatched in that fucking costume, isn't he?
With flying colors.
Although that doesn't look like the normal Gray Fox attire. There's no, like, eye on the very front. Yeah, there's no eye on the front.
Are
the
you
fuck?
Mr. X?
If you like.
The fuck are you?
But come, let's get out the open. Follow me.
Mizuki, Baiju, Baiju, Mizuki. Baiju's a big panda. Mizuki loves big things.
Too?
Neither enemy nor friend.
Oh, you're just a
messenger from the Lalilulelo.
the lo what?
Lalilulelo.
This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact
Hello. Hello.
Including the relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Well, that's not the president, then. That's a person who knows the president.
Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames, has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
Are you kidding me?
To walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect unamplified. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core.
What? Absolutely ridiculous.
Take this.
Dude.
The security guard will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
What, terrorists?
Oh. Okay.
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
I'm fine for that.
And those on perimeter duty are given different colors.
It's like
to
Hitman.
Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself.
Kojima, I get it. You are very knowledgeable about
You'll
weapons.
also have to pass a retinal scan.
Although it is kind of hilarious that, like, a game like this, like,
biometrics.
Konami Studios, or, like, whoever is, you know, holding the license to this game is willing to pay the license for real-life guns and what have you.
I suggest you hurry. They have a nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code.
Hideo Kojima will make you feel like you're on drugs without drugs. Okay, real quick question. Are you hearing bit crunch in the audio with these, with what's being presented right now?
The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Like, even when Raiden is talking.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all
Because it
places?
shouldn't be doing bit crunches here.
Because, after all, the big shell is the
But the...
from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
The HDMI switch that I have, I think, is accidentally causing a bit of a bit crunch because of the hardware. You're not hearing the bit crunch. Okay, cool. Cool.
But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Oh yeah, it's only for us.
Metal Gear?
The very same.
Oh god.
A Metal Gear!
And now the bit crunch is gone for us, thankfully.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the
It's a
controls
Nokia
vibration function on.
330.
What do I need a cell phone for?
And he just did the Batman move where he just disappeared.
Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
Cool.
I think that's a good stopping point.
Yeah, that's about as good of a stopping point as it can be.
What can I do for you, Jack?
All right, so that is going to be it for me tonight. I'm gonna replace the save number 7 here. Where is the... Oh, never mind. There.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body
The
belongs
right
to
arm was
Solid
missing.
Snake.
The right arm was missing?
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the
Who else's right arm is
I get
gone, do you
But
think?
it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president
Revolver?
needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy
Yeah, but
personnel and
whose
enter the
arm?
core section.
Liquid.
Your priority
And
is
Liquid
to
looks
contact
exactly like
Agent
Solid.
Ames.
Yeah, and they are
So who's in
close.
that grave?
It's most likely Liquid.
Yeah.
It's most likely Liquid in that regard. Alrighty then.
You know, except, you know, he lives on through this arm.
He lives on through this arm, which is ridiculous. Okay, so most likely then, the body.
I should send you my PlayStation so we could pick up PlayStation friends on the PlayStation.
PlayStation plans on the PlayStation. Yeah.
On the PlayStation.
If you ever need to find me, it's just GrantZeebs. That is I am so privileged to be able to have a persona name as basic as GrantZeebs, where it's quite literally just 2 nouns, and it's like, oh hey, what's my name on Twitter? GrantZeebs. What's my name on Steam? GrantZeebs. What's my name on Blue Sky? GrantZeebs. What's the name on Xbox? GrantZeebs. GrantZeebs. It's the same name across. It's so beautiful. None of this GrantZeebs _ Twitch.tv or GrantZeebs Vivo or GrantZeebs Backup or not GrantZeebs.
And besides, if you have a .tt TTV in your name on Steam, people just shout slurs at you.
I will be real with you. I do not respect peeps that have TTV in their username for video games and such. It is not a to me. It just feels
desperate.
It feels a little bit desperate, and it's one of those things where it's if you for instance on Final Fantasy 14, it has a negative look at this point. Exactly. In Final Fantasy 14, when I'm going through dungeons and such like that, if I'm streaming, I will be I do the opener message of hey, I'll do my best tanking. I'm just streaming right now. And then at the end of the mission, hey, hope I did well. If you want to see how I'm doing, if you want to see more of this, then, check out my Twitch. So, the only times people pick up that the character is, a streaming one is when I'm in the middle of streaming and I'm, doing the quick presses and what have you.
Mm.
So, yeah. And then... where's my brain at? Clean shirt, new shoes, gold watch, diamond ring. I ain't missing not a single thing, because every girl crazy about a shot dress Zeebs. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's a nice little rhyme. But yeah, there's just something, I don't know if it's it's not a stolen valor thing. It's just a case of maybe it's just
a bit
a case
of self-glaze.
Yeah, it's a bit of trying to up yourself or trying to elevate yourself from others, and it's no. And what's more is quite frankly, for instance, Jack's unless you have a press account. So for example, I think Russian Badger was playing War Thunder on a press account or something like that. So everything is unlocked and all that nonsense. Unless you have a press account or one of those competitor accounts Cloud9 and all those other teams, the name should not have prefixes or suffixes to it. And if you are good at the game or popular, then that's the name that people will keep connection to and what have you, which I think is a lot better. I'd rather have fame through word of mouth rather than putting it right into in the display name, quite frankly. But yeah. That is going to be also, I haven't yet started the music. I need to start the music again and not go with this song. Let's go with the space jazz. There we go. That is going to be it for me tonight. I might do a little bit more save scumming off stream or something like that. Try and get you know, a slightly better, you know, playthrough of that. It's tempting. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? But yeah, where is... Yeah, the next time I'll be streaming will be Wednesday night. I should be off call, because like technically I've been on call. I'll be on call until Tuesday morning tomorrow, but I should be off call when I go into my next stream on Wednesday. And I promise you I'm going to be trying to go through Alan Wake 2 on the Alan Wake side of the story. And like for some people who may not be aware of this, I have started playing Dispatch, the hero game, the you know, sort of the
Telltale-esque game.
Yeah, it is honestly it is honestly fun. I like the decision making and what have you. So that goes off on Thursdays and what have you. Plus, I'm just a little bit proud of myself for, you know, doing this photoshopping here and all that kind of nonsense. Like, I think I did a good job, and I didn't have to use like...
Yeah, but also, that wouldn't actually work because, you know, your dad's a fucking gigantor.
Yeah, sure. But I can't present that kind of nonsense because this is something to be advertised. So that's...
Yeah, actually, could you send that photo to me?
Will do. Hang on, I can send you the where's the thingy? Where's the thingy? Where's the thingy? Cuz I don't like one of the things that that I do for ding dong. Oh wait, actually hang on. Ding dong.
I'm not sure if you can hear it, but it's just the clanging of metal against metal as I unfurl my tablet.
Pung. No, I don't hear anything on your side. But yeah, I have so many renders of my Zeeb. Like when I commissioned for this zebra, like back in like 2020, this was not meant for like, you know, VTuber streaming or anything like that. About like half a year later or something like that, I was like, oh hey, this would be a good idea. So now I've gone and done... So now I've got like this shirt that's like written with Himbo. I've gone and I've got it rigged for VTubing and all that kind of nonsense. And yeah, I still have this guy. I will pose him in like, I have literally hundreds of renders in the VRM like posing software. Hundreds of renders of my zebra. There's a zebra saluting, a zebra with doing like silly poses, a zebra doing a Sailor Moon pose, stretching his eyes with love hearts, drinking a bottle, holding a buster blade, holding a lightsaber. I have so many silly renders of my Zeebs, all for the purpose of like, you know, setting up advertisement and such. But yeah, so that's good. So that's why I have those, and I've sent them to you, Kat, by the by, and thank you for your PSN. I'll add that in at a later time. But yeah, if you want to see another one of my streams, I will be streaming again Wednesday night for Alan Wake 2. Thursday night, I'm going to be going through the new episodes of Dispatch because they're releasing 2 episodes a week. So if you haven't seen episodes 1 and episode 2, maybe not watch my stream this Thursday. But if you're up to date and you want to see my choices for episode 3 and episode 4, I am usually streaming, like, because I'll be streaming like 8 hours after the episodes are released and such like that. And then Sunday morning, Ghost of Yote. So all sorts of options available for you. If you can't attend any of those, there's there's all the previously available streams in the Twitch. But one of the things I've actually been doing recently is getting through... Let me just see if I can find the link. Nope, I can't find it. Damn it. I don't have a cool... I don't have a cool link. Let me see if this will work. Yeah, it works. Awesome. I have actually been uploading... Well, actually, it's not been uploading, but I've been unprivatizing some of the VODs that I've had over the months and such like that. So I've just been like going through a blast of like, oh, here's everything from like July. I've unprivatized... actually, most recently, I've unprivatized everything from March, and then April will be next Saturday, June the following Saturday, and so on and so forth. Like, I've got months of VODs that I need to release and what have you. And yeah, I need to just slowly get back into trying to do like content creation and try and have a bit of a schedule of like, you know, when like when I get like new shorts or what have you, like I get those shared onto YouTube as well rather than just keeping them on Twitch. All sorts of stuff. It's going to be very difficult to do all, like, you know, try and get back into the headspace of that without, you know, drowning myself in like, you know, and burning myself out and all that kind of nonsense. But yeah, otherwise, Cap, actually, before we go and look for a raid target, thank you for being in the VC. I greatly appreciate it. Have you thought about going back into streaming at all, or?
I kind of want to wait until we get the new place, because next year I'm going to be moving again.
Yeah.
But this time I'll actually have some Ethernet ports.
Ooh, so you'll have like a more static stable connection rather than utilizing Wi-Fi here and there.
Yeah, I'll be able to what's the word? I'll play fighting games.
Ooh, oh, okay. That one is very important to have like real good netcode for.
Yeah.
No, fair. Alrighty.
I just gotta find a picture of your nutsack.
Hang on a second. I'll share images and ref sheets and what have you needed towards you. But yeah, for everyone else, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. I really want to go for someone that I've not raided to in the past, and it looks like there's someone named Jimmy Wufster. They've been streaming for like the last 2.5 hours, and it looks like they're playing Ball and Pit. Are they a dog persona? Let me see. What kind of persona are they? They'll say it in the descriptions. Streamer from the UK. It doesn't say. They look like a dog. So, like, let's go right into them, and then we're gonna. Here's how we're gonna do this. So, Control C, Control V, Control V. Sorry, I'm just gonna ding, donk. This is gonna be our raid message. Ball throws ball. Ball throws ball. Ball throws ball. If you have a different actually, that's like the single line thingamadiggy, but if you have your own, like, you know, pog emote that you want to use, you're welcome to use that. So, like, here's my one that I'm going to be using. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate those of you who stayed here, especially during all my save scumming nonsense. Cap, thank you for sticking around in the VC and keeping me company when I was losing my mind. I greatly appreciate it. And for everyone else, I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And I hopefully will see you all Wednesday, or otherwise see you all next time.